Good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade. It's Saturday afternoon. It's championship time. Pembroke first welcoming North County to the ground today. We're 15 minutes delay in start, but that's mainly because of the wonderful weather we had last night. Brought a tree down in the car park, which Joey Mooney and Connor from North County made short work of. No Pembroke members came down to help clear the tree. Dale had plenty of help from the first 11 and Mary Waldron this morning in getting all 5 covers off the ground. And as you can hear, it's a windy day. Donica Tucker giving you the heads up. And slowly making his way outside a shot. Right, it is particularly windy. It's a good breeze going. At some stage soon, I might take a minute out to put up a wall. And you can see from your screen just how much wind there is. And in fact, the sight screen has already turned. And it's catching the wind like a bit of a sail. It's going to be Nick Stapleton to start from the nursery end. And as soon as we have some live score details with us, we will be in touch. Well, that's a good start for Stapleton. Well, the tree has been cut up beautifully. And now we can get on with what we actually came down here for today, which is to watch some good cricket.
Try not to get blown away.
And try not to get blown away. I'm wondering if perhaps, just perhaps, we might put up one of the walls to try and deflect some of the wind away. This one. Noel McGovern it is, facing at the moment, and John Devine is down at the non-strikers end. I'm getting a strange... Getting a bit of noise interference in my headphones, is that right?
How the hell have I got to know?
Because you know everything. Pembroke, of course, looking to bounce back from defeat in their last game.
Go there, lads. Good stuff. Good start.
Well, it's a good start so far. 3 dot balls. Many thanks to our scorers who are providing us with the statistics through the live scoring app. Well, Stapleton certainly putting a shift in this first over. That one flashing past the edge of McGovern's bat. Wow. Looks like Nick's dying to get back into this cricket malarkey. Pembroke can't clinch the league today on account of their defeat last week to Phoenix. Set a number of unwelcome records. Lowest score for the ones so far this year, 128 all out. Wow. They'll have been exceptionally disappointed with that display. Lost their unbeaten league campaign. This one flies through the keeper. It won't go to the boundary. Hoey it is who does the fielding. And they get back for 2. And the umpire signals it as wides. So 3 runs will go onto the board. I can't really describe any better than the moving camera at the sight screen is doing. See how windy it is. The whole gazebo here rocking and rolling. This one played away on the offside. It's going to be chased down. It certainly isn't going to reach the fence. They think of two. They decide against it. And with the last ball of the over, they take a single. And the score after 1 over, 4 without loss. North County will be pleased enough with that.
You still hearing us?
I was a minute ago, but I'm not now. So, opening the bowling from the...
Oh, they're not.
They're putting on the left arm.
What?
Zach Micklewright will be bowling from the St John's end.
Not having anything to do with this. My touches are related to people's.
Well, I'd leave it. I'd leave it. Do you really... I mean, on one hand, he is going to bowl 4 overs here now. But on the other hand,
Ferocious.
the wind makes it nigh on impossible, and I'd almost leave it for the moment now. We'll see plenty of leg side shots anyway. So, Zach Micklewright then to start the second over. Pushes that one across the right-hander, goes through to the keeper. And Niall heads off in an effort to perhaps give that camera a better look at the wicket. Big lunch on here today at Pembroke. Johnny Bell has organised a celebration reunion lunch dinner event. We're expecting quite a few old Pembroke heads to come down. This one, bit of a wave of the bat from McGovern. John Devane hasn't faced a ball yet. Well, it's beautiful blue skies. There are some clouds in the distance, but by and large, it's sunny and it's warm. Something we're not used to these days. However, that
Very
wind
excessively windy.
That wind is quite excessive. Well, this is an interesting camera angle. You talk about behind the bowler's arm. This is it. This one's too wide. Surely the umpire's going to have a think about that. That was quite wide.
Just been part of me pondering. Just doing 2 cameras. One on each side.
Yeah, but the other pole doesn't have a hook on it, does it?
Oh no, we can't. Yeah, we'd have to set up a second one like that. Maybe.
But it's getting to that stage. Well, that's well dug out by McGovern. Better ball from Micklewright. And we hope, well, we sincerely hope that his family members have tuned in this morning down in Cape Town. 2 o'clock in the afternoon there. What else would you be doing in Cape Town today? The waterfront, Table Mountain, the wine tour. One thing's for sure. If I was in Cape Town, I wouldn't be tuning into Pembroke TV. I'd probably be on the wine tour again. Bit of a difference. Zach, of course, he thought he was missing the South African winter. Well, I have to say it's probably been warmer and drier in South Africa. Good ball. Just played out through point. The fielder is there and eventually gets to it. Well, we wonder how much cricket is being played in Dublin today after Storm Betty last night. The name Betty for me always brings up images of Betty Driver and her Lancashire hot pots on the streets of Manchester in the Rovers' return. Yeah, Storm Betty passed through Dublin, did a bit of damage in the south of the country. I believe there's a few trees down in Shawmore Park, and I can tell you that one tree came down at the car park in Pembroke. But by and large, and 3 of the covers had their covers stripped. So I don't know if they're completely ripped and useless now. I suspect they may be. It's back to the old tarps.
Not much, but I'm glad I left the camera just a tiny bit wider.
It's actually a good angle, that one.
A little less the wide one.
It's a steady start here for North County. McGovern plays one, it's going to go down to third, where Donakataka will come round, pick it up, and throw in with his right arm. Doesn't want to use his bowling arm. Is it worth putting up a wall just to stop?
Right.
And I'll be back with you in just a minute. And after brief silence as we fix the wall to the gazebo, and it has in fact eased a bit of the breeze for me. Stapleton coming round the left-handed Devane.
Watching the whole thing blow away and having a fake like those covers.
Yes, I can see it easily picking up this gazebo and disappearing with it. I wonder if 60 kilos is quite enough to hold it down, really. Some additional weights might be required. It could be bungeed to me at this stage.
What?
Could be bungeed to me. Short ball. Well played. Got on top of it, played it back down the pitch. And that's the end of the third over. The score has moved on to 8 without loss. It's a good start for North County. Just what they would have been looking for. Lovely sunshine out there, but you can see on the players' shirts and occasionally with the umpire's hat just how strong this wind actually is. Breakfast for Niall, the breakfast of champions. What do we go for today? Oh, some sort of pastry. Bit wide. Considering I had 0 alcohol last night, I seem to be quite thirsty this morning. May have been a bit of salt in the breakfast this morning, of course. We're into the 4th over now. My first start of the day, heading down towards Bray. Oh, that's not a convincing shot, and it runs out to point. Zaku had a maiden first over up. Big appeal from Pembroke. Umpire unmoved. They move away. Indeed, the other Betty Davis, one of our viewers participating in the live chat, pointing out that Betty Davis had the most incredible eyes, as Kim Carnes once said. Well, our technical department coming back to that LB shout, and we think possibly would have pitched outside leg, hit him outside leg, and missing off. Good start from Mickle Wright. This one tries to clip away off his legs, but it just goes straight to the fielder. No run there. Well, didn't Ireland get out of jail yesterday? Looking in the absolute horrors, saved somewhat by the Barry McCarthy show and the Craig Young show then. Another one onto the pads, another one turned down by the umpire. Yes, Barry McCarthy reaching his half century with a 6 off the last ball of the innings. And would you believe that's his first international half century? There's plenty of people in this club who have seen him go up through the teams who know exactly what he's capable with the bat. And you can see again, that one probably missing leg stump. Well, we have in front of us today the club's leading wicket taker, excluding the professional, of course. Donica Tucker now with 32 wickets to his name, one of only 2 players to have qualified for the bowling trophy so far. Consult my figures, I just happen to know that about Donica. The only 2 bowlers to have qualified for the bowling trophy so far. Donica Tucker with 32 wickets. And Luke Murray with 32 wickets. It'll be interesting to see how close anyone else gets to that 30-wicket cut-off. especially as next up is Naveen, and he only has 23, so he needs a 7 for between now and awards night to qualify for that bowling trophy. And then Paul Lawson and Bill Whaley have 22. Zach, who's bowling now, has 21, as does Dan Murray and Bruce Whaley. Nobody else with 20 wickets so far this year. One interesting stat, there's only one player in Pembroke who's taken 4 catches in a match. We'll leave that one with you for a few minutes. In fact, Noel might remind me to give an answer later on. Well, that wasn't really edged to the slips, but it ended up at second slip. And I can confirm he's playing here today. Stapled in again from the nursery end, starting with a wide. Not ideal. Yes, Barry McCarthy's 51 off 33 balls, including 2 4s and 2 6s. Sorry? The Duck Cup. Well, there's a definite leader there at the moment, and I can tell you it's not you. You've still got a chance to catch him, though, I think. Ah, you're nowhere near then, mate. I have to find that sheet first. I don't want to give away all the secrets before the awards night. But I can tell you one thing that's happened this season in Pembroke that hasn't happened in 9 years. Super shot. Devan finds the boundary. It's the first boundary of the game. Beautifully played through, down to the pavilion, through mid-on, and 4 runs to the total. Well, there is a player on the team today who has equal top amount of ducks so far this year. Ah, you can guess if you want to. I'll tell you when you're right. Yeah. No. He's just going to go through 11 names now. No. Five ducks so far this year. No. Dan has 4, by the way. Yeah, you have 2. Another appeal turned down.
A terrible angle won't be good for replaying these.
Well, the angle will be good for replaying them. The shame of it is that it won't be in line. But it still gives us a lovely angle. Well, a couple of LBW shouts for Pembroke, but they haven't amounted to anything yet. And after 6 overs, the score is 18 without loss. Now, there's something going on with the scoring here. Zach Micklewright having started with 2 maidens. And that streak is broken, and broken emphatically with a 4 slash through point. 4 runs onto the score. There's a few more there now, is there? I do like the idea of a bag of breadcrumbs for the most ducks award. Generally, we've gone with a rubber duck, but Kieran Volker ended up breeding them. I think he had so many. Certainly had a flock. Has anyone in Pembroke? Well, the first person and the most economical 10-4, I can tell you, Connor Dempsey. Took 10 wickets. No, Connor. And took 10 wickets at Malahide, and the wicketkeeper was Kevin Ryan. That's all I can really tell you about that, apart from he conceded less than 40 runs in doing it. That one coming off the bat, I think. Big appeals, all to no avail. Well played out. Nice defensive shot.
Genuinely would have only had to be a tiny bit windier for that camera not to go up.
It's a blowy old day here today. Well, close to a dozen people down watching already. See a few groups up and down Cyril's Way. Oh, Cricket Leinster have put up a post about the streaming of a game up in Merrion against Malahide in the Premier League. It'd be nice if they advertised our games to the same extent. Do generally tag them in on my links to YouTube. Well, change of bowling now at the nursery end. Just 3 overs from Stapleton. And it will be Paul Lawson bowling the 7th over, as North County continue on their serene way. They've seen off Stapleton, but now it's the off spin of Lawson. Oh, Devane just playing that one out on the offside. Well, that's powered away through the offside, a bit too full from Lawson. It's going out down towards the uncovered covers, where it's fielded by the 3rd Tucker on the field today. Dear mid Tucker, Fiacre Tucker, and Donica Tucker. That's a better ball from Lawson. Again, a little full. He's called for the single. He's taking on the arm, and there's nobody backing up there. And it's Donica Tucker who comes round to save the day. And the overthrow doesn't cost any further runs, and the score moves on to 27 without loss. Interesting move from the Pembroke skipper, Theo Lawson, bringing on Paul. A slight change in the field now for the right-handed McGovern. Moving the sight screen for the change of angle. Now coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Bowling more stump to stump. Plenty of air. But the fielder out there doing a good job keeping McGovern on strike. You can see just how windy it is from the, well, Greg Hollis's trousers flapping like it's the 1920s. Well, that's the over up from Lawson, just the 3 runs coming from it. The score has moved on to 27 without loss. Micklewright, though, will continue from the St John's end. His left arm over. This will be interesting now. Micklewright, left arm over, bowling to the left-handed Devane. Nice little compact shot. No, at some slight point you might just give us a shot of the flag just to demonstrate. Oh, okay. Just to demonstrate the strength of this wind. This one's in the air, but it flies down to 3rd and it goes away for the boundary. Flash, flash hard. 31 now to North County. We will, of course, take you around the grounds at some stage. Good response from Micklewright, offering the batsman another chance to do the same almost. And that's the trick for a bowler. Get the batsman playing the shot for a different ball. Full from Micklewright. Ball goes out to Pooh. When will we see his introduction to this bowling attack? That's a super delivery, nearly taking the edge. Devane playing at that, perhaps didn't need to. Could have left it on length. On this occasion chose not to. Billy Gallagher on the ground. President in 08-09, I believe. Well, our correspondent on YouTube suggesting that we have a look at Phoenix 24 for 5 off 8.5. And that's against Rush. And that's a second versus third clash. It's a very important one. It practically determined who are the remaining challengers to Pembroke as they march towards the championship title this year. 9 out of 10 now they are. This is round 11 of 14. Yes. They're in the box. Different shapes. No, it's just... The only reason I got it like that is so I can hear you.
Yeah, no, they're more transparent. There's more seal.
All right. I thought they were for different size ears. Pooh doing the fielding, can't prevent the single. Lawson continuing from the nursery end. Screen. Time for a little bit of gardening while the screen's being moved. Lawson round the wicket to the left-hander. Just defended out on the offside. And that ends another over. Score has advanced by 1, and after 9 overs, North County, having been inserted, a 32 without loss. Now Zach Micklewright has bowled 5 overs from the St John's end. And, sorry, he's bowled 4 overs. This will be his 5th. Well, plenty of people making their way down today. Expecting a few blasts from the past. In fact, the hero last night, Barry McCarthy, I'm pretty certain we'll see his father, 211 senior wickets, Steve McCarthy. And no doubt there'll be a few others who have taken wickets at various different levels. Be good to see a few of the guys. Haven't seen them in many years. Zach takes out the middle stump, and that is a super delivery. Do you know, that's one where your camera angle this morning, because of the move sight screen, is actually going to be quite cool to look at. Well, the first wicket falls, the score on 33, and it's the left-handed Divine. And he departs. Yes, absolutely. Why wouldn't you want to see this again? Oh, pitching at about middle and off and straightening up and taking out middle stump. That's a super delivery. And as much as Devane may look at the pitch in front of him, I think it's more acknowledgement that that's a very good ball from Zach Micklewright. The South African contingent now in their early Saturday afternoon will be able to replay that themselves on YouTube. And if indeed Zach himself may have a look at that one post-match. So the first wicket has fallen in the 10th over. And it's Micklewright in his 5th over. Took a 5-4. Not in the last game, I think the game before. Right-handed batsman. Sight screen being moved again slightly. Phoenix now have lost another wicket, 26 for 6. They aren't going to be exactly delighted with that, one feels. 26 for 6 after 9.3. The other championship game on today sees Terranure 41 for 2 off in the 14th over against Cork County. That one's hit out. Round the corner. They'll pick up 2. And Simi Singh is off the mark. Simi Singh is just back from a week of interprovincial cricket with Leinster. Actually captained the Lightning for the first time. They're now moving the sight screen at the non-strikers end. That's unusual.
I thought it was just blowing across from it.
This one hits him on the pad. There's a big appeal. Given not out. Simi Singh, of course, world record holder.
There we go.
Well, pitching outside leg, I'd suggest, even from that angle. Highest score by number 8 batsman in an ODI. Did that at Malahide a couple of years ago now. He was unfortunate in the interprovincial match here at Sydney Parade to suffer an injury that kept him out for a while. looking for a second. He started that first run at just a jog, tried to accelerate, but by then the chance of a second had gone. And that's the end of a successful over for Micklewright. Score has moved on to 36 for 1. Micklewright has his first wicket. That moves Micklewright on to 22. Wickets for the season. Just needs another 8 now to qualify for the bowling trophy. Paul Lawson again now. Into his third over. That's nicely played. Right up in his toes. Just played it out on the onside. And the fielder, well, the fielder is Hoey, and he was right out in the rope for the catch. But now he's come back into the circle. Big shot on the offside. It's, oh, just out of the reach. What an effort that was. The enthusiasm of youth. Zach Micklewright nearly getting to that, and I have a feeling that our director will be teeing up that replay as soon as possible. What a super effort. Lawson now back at the end of his run. He's coming in. And this one's a full toss, and it's just played out along the ground. Well, what a marvellous effort that was by Zach Micklewright. He's already taken a wicket with his bowling. Was it Zach? Oh, that's the other end of the spectrum for fielding. Well, let's look at the good bit first. Lifted out into the offside, thought he was safe, but what an effort, getting his fingertips to the ball, did enough to stop it getting to the boundary. Super piece of fielding that. Oh, that beats everyone. Goes through the batsman. Keeper totally taken by surprise. I think he was expecting Bales to drop off. Afternoon, how are you? Ah, sure, another day. Not many left now, that's the problem. Well, that over had a bit of everything. Super effort from Micklewright. And it looks like now there will be a change of bowling at the St John's End, and my director has gone off to be a cameraman again. Well, I only speak personally, but I've always preferred to see your number one strike bowler bowling from the St John's End. Feel it offers, well, it may be just old memories. I always felt I bowled better myself from this end. Played down on the offside, single taken, and then the overthrows come right down to us here and crossed the rope without hindrance. Whilst they're refetching that Phoenix have moved on to 35 for 7. Well, they've gone from the high of beating Pembroke last week, beating the league leaders, taking their unbeaten record, and now they're falling to a pretty dire position against the team just 2 points behind them in the league. They're in the 11th over, and that is not a good day. Terenure 64 for 2 against Cork County. And of course here, the score is 50 with the loss of just 1 wicket for North County. There's also some games in the Premier League. And should you wish to watch, Merrion and Malahide is being streamed. Don't know when, don't know where. But you can always remain with us here in Sydney Parade, where the sun shines, the ground is dry. It's amazing how quickly this place dries. 2 cup finals called off in Railway today. Mere 200 yards away. Belongs to a different climate. Dermot Tucker it is, covering the ground. He'll keep it to 2. These two starting to put together a bit of a stand. Opening stand of 36. Singh has moved on to 9 from just 7 balls. Now McGovern still playing that opening role. Still waiting to see off the openers. Inside edge, doesn't go anywhere. Even with a big Phoenix defeat tonight, the title race will still be open. It just means it's more likely to be Rush challenging Pembroke than Phoenix, as this one is played out square on the offside. Lawson doing the fielding down there. Captain Lawson, that is. Good afternoon, Mr. Davey. How are you today? Just played long on. They'll take the single. Big shot. Fielder there, it's Zach Mickle right again, and this time it's been put down, and the chance of a run out passes as well. Well, Lawson has his head in his hands. So Australia fell to Sweden in the third-fourth playoff of the Women's Football World Cup this morning. Penalty, the decider goal. It was good to see the Swedes in their canary yellow. Australia opting for almost a teal. I'm sure somebody with a Dulux paint chart will tell me exactly what colour it was. The score now moves on to 60-1.
Here we go.
Oh, it was a good chance. The question is, did he need to dive? Got his hands to it, but it was out before his elbows hit the ground. It wasn't even a case of jarring out, it had actually dislodged itself, performed the escape rites. Of course, the other factor we don't know is, although Russia 45 for 7 in 12 overs, after last night's storm, we don't know what the square is like. 45 could be a good score. Yeah, I doubt it as well, but you know, you've got to help these things, and you never know. And it is the strangest game on earth we play, really, isn't it? Play, watch, score, umpire. Stapleton now into his 5th over. What a lovely day. I just have to say, I do like the camera view, that one you have there now. That's very picturesque. I mean, we could do something about the metal stands. Prime location for a bit of advertising, I'm sure. Bit of corrie board, cable ties. Played away on the offside, it's straight to Pushama, but they come through for the single quickly. Singh getting through and off strike. Still with a good, healthy strike rate. And McGovern doing his job exactly right. Very colourful dart, just alongside the ground now. Stapleton puts in a wide one. It's hit away with the toe of the bat. It's running down to 3rd. He'll keep it to a single though. Good bit of fielding down there. Plenty of blue sky. Bit of cloud over to the left. And I don't think we're due any rain today. You'd have thought we'd had enough after yesterday.
We might have a shower day. That shower could be a downpour.
Well, they must have had a bit of rain down in North Kildare on the basis of they've only bowled 3 balls in a 45 over game. And the wind really starting to pick up now. Oh, chance goes down. I think there was an edge there. Lawson not having any luck at all. He must have kicked a cat on the way over or something. 2 chances now have gone down. This one a bit further out, offside. This one just played back to him. Chance for a single turned down. Mainly because there wasn't a single there. Just the 1 wicket down so far. John Devane. He was bowled by a beauty from Zach Nicholwright. Took out his middle stump. But since then, these two have stayed together. Taken their runs. They've been together now since the 10th over. This one a bit shorter, just punched away, up to long on. They'll take a single, take the score up to 64. A few rugby internationals on this evening as well. Summer, great for sport really. This one played away on the offside. The boundary rider, Theo Lawson, throws himself, well, like a man onto a grenade to save his platoon. On this occasion, he saved a couple of runs. Well, you decide. 1, 2, 3, and you see Lawson, he was waiting for it, and then it went down. It's to that finest of edges, just took it to the right of Hollow's gloves. And that made it into a juggling act that he couldn't complete. Now a change of bowling at the St John's end. Gavin Hoey is going to bowl the 16th over. Introduction of leg spin. The Leinster Lightning player was down in Cork. And in fact, top scored with the bat, scoring 37 on that occasion. However, it wasn't enough to get the Leinster Lightning anything like a defendable total. Munster picking up their 2nd win of the campaign. Hoey just checking his run-up, checking his field. Simi Singh to face his Leinster Lightning colleague, teammate. Nice warm day, so long as you're out of the wind. Place on the wall would be advised, I'd say. Starts off with a wrong one, I think. Now, I have trouble reading an off-spinner, so you'll have to, I plead for your indulgence. Really pushes it through, does Hoey. Very tall man now. Poses all sorts of problems, and he's only going to get better. Nice delivery. This one a bit short, it's in the air. And this time the catch is taken. And that's the end of Singh. He's having a wretched time with the bat at the moment. Not the best of summers for him. And on this occasion, he top edges one, and he picks up the wicket with the score on 66. 2 stands of 33 so far for North County. Holy picking up a wicket in his first over, and that's exactly what his captain wanted. And you see here, Singh never really got on top of it. He'd gone down to it, and it just bounced too high. And it went round the corner. Just off the toe of the bat, it appears. Well, that's most excellent for Pembroke. That's that one I want. Well, we'll wait for the end of the over. We'll bring you up the latest batting card. He continues. Well flighted up, pushed out in the offside, out to the boundary. McGovern moves on to 29, and he's being joined by Eddie Richardson at number 4. Sorry, just trying to read that. There is the batting card. McGovern standing tall with 29, but those 2 wickets to fall. Just 9 extras so far. Lawson continuing. Just tickled round the corner. Takes the single. That was a fine catch by Dan Murray. Tell you for a second there, the nerves would have been building as he saw it coming towards him, but then took the catch, and the delight for him and for his teammates. Just beats the fielder in on the single. They're taking on the arm for the second. And a direct hit would have been interesting. But it wasn't a direct hit, so it's not very interesting.
Need to teach all the bowlers at this end how to bowl one straight from over the stumps. Steve Finn will keep pushing the side spring next to you.
This time that fielder is placed there exactly for that shot. Umpires agree. There's 2 balls remaining in the over. And this one is played out again. Beautifully fielded in the ring. Fir Kratucker on this occasion, doing a fine bit of fielding. Back with us, of course, after his year away. Spent some time in Canada land. Happy enough with the tree? Yes.
That's because I already tried to point it out as far as I could this way. To get it.
Oh, we'll
Still, they pushed the side spring too wide.
we'll take the we'll take the angle. Hoey to continue, unsurprisingly. Well bowled. Well, he's got him. McGovern finally trying to run it down to third, and all he's done is steered it into Slip's hands. He's gone. Very well made 30. Gavin Hoey picks up his second. And now 3 down with 71 on the board. Much shorter partnership there. And finally, the stubborn innings of Noel McGovern comes to an end. Beautifully bowled, coming in onto the stumps and then turning away, and all he could do was steer it into Slip's hands and head off back to the dressing room. Really well bowled by Hoey, but always grateful to see it backed up by your fielders. Super catch that. 3 down then, 71 on the board. This is the 18th over. Hoey with enviable figures now of 2 for 2. Well, not really playing a shot at that.
Interesting.
Pushama with the backing up. Ensures nothing else comes off that delivery. Good full ball from Hoey. We have to apologise for the misinformation the live score bar is giving you at the moment. We, of course, take our information from cricket clubs. Live scorers up at the pavilion. And I'm sure they'll rectify that matter very soon. End of the over. For those of you just joining us, a lovely day here at Sydney Parade today. Paul Lawson continuing from the nursery end. Suddenly the North County innings has to start again. They take one to third. I don't know how much this beautiful sunshine will remain with us now. A few clouds coming in from the left. Oh, big blow. He's gone for it. Wide of mid-on. And it runs away to the boundary. Well, it was in his arc, and so he powered through the line. Once he cleared Stapleton in on the single, there was very little else that was going to stop that ball's progress to the boundary. Just decided early on it was on the half volley and he could play it away, and he did. Beautifully so. Another more aggressive swing of the bat brings forth a single to mid-on. It's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 78 for 3 after 19 overs. It's Luke Wilson who's come in at number 5. Luke is under 19 and is his side's wicketkeeper. Other than that, I don't have too many stats about him. Could always make up some stats though, couldn't you? He's the 123rd Luke to play senior cricket. Although that's probably verifiable, that one. Hoey it is, continuing from the St John's end. Bowled well so far, you can see that from his figures. Hoey sending his fielder back to the fence behind him. He's waiting for that big blow. And instead, it's played through mid-wicket. There is a fielder there. They'll just take the single. And now it'll be Luke Whelan. Big appeal from Hoey. Umpire having nothing to do with it. This one more in line. Well, the umpire said not out. This time, half-hearted appeal. Oh, we really wanted a repeat of what had happened before. 79 for 3 after 20 overs, and we're just 5 overs away from drinks now. Lawson's still bowling from the nursery end. He's been so unfortunate today. He's seen a couple of chances put down. One a diving lunge by Zach Micklewright. And the other an edge through to the keeper, which involved a little bit of juggling. Unfortunately, there was no magic act at the end, and it went to turf. Well, if it isn't Jack Sharp, how are you, sir? Hey, Kieran. I had heard rumour. How was Vienna? Kieran? So how was Vienna? Well, Lawson with 0 for 30 as he comes in to finish his 8th over. Really has been the most unfortunate bowler today. And that is the end of the over. 21 gone now, 80 for 3 on the board. And let's just have a quick look and see what the score is. Well, Phoenix have staged somewhat of a recovery. They find themselves 70 for 8. And down in North Kildare, they seem to have managed a further 5 overs. 15 for 1 North Kildare against Civil Service. Terenure, 100 for 3 in their game against Cork County. Well, Hoey's still bowling with great success here. 2 for 7 as he comes to the end of his 4th. Really has been difficult to play today. He's bowled very well, benefiting from his time with the Lightning this season, making a few appearances for them. And this time, well, the umpire gives it not out. Hoey is disappointed.
There you go. That's the 2 of them.
Well, we'll have a look at these again.
That's the one they wanted an edge for.
Well, that's the one we need ultra edge for.
And this is the LBW shape.
Wayne and Richardson came together with the score on 71, slowly but surely. They're putting together a bit of a partnership. This one coming off the inside edge of the bat. Dan Murray it is, doing a bit of fielding. Who's that? That's not Bill. Is that Bill in a jacket? Down to sweep. Pooh Sharma doing a fine bit of fielding round the corner on the 45. Wind starting to pick up again now. Somebody doing some, well, I hazard a guess it isn't hoovering. If it is, that is hoovering on an industrial scale. Lawson now into his 9th over. And completes that with 31 coming from his bowling, just one off that over, and the score has moved on to 84 for 3. Steady progress, but the important thing for North County to remember at this stage is that they still have 7 wickets in hand, and they'll be able to launch an assault later on in the innings, I'm sure.
Right. Do you want me to talk shite for 10 minutes?
Oh, you can do, yeah. You can even do it here if you want.
Huh?
I said you can even do it here if you want. Are you going under Jack or Kieran today?
Sharpie. Well, you can say Kieran Sharp, or should I say Jack Sharp?
Either or.
Am I on?
Yep, you're there. Joined in the commentary box now. Kieran Sharp. Commentary gazebo.
Yes. Box. We're in front of a box.
Yeah.
How are you, Craig?
Good. The Aidan Dempsey Memorial score box. Oh, there's a bit of hesitation on the run. Eventually got there.
So what have I missed?
Well, we started off with a tree falling over in the car park this morning.
Any cars under it?
No, and no people. It fell onto the fence of the electrical gear. And it was taken down by a couple of the North County supporters. Dragged out a saw and reduced it.
It's got to be close.
And
Given it look pretty straight. Batsman doesn't like it, they never do.
Show me a batsman who likes an LBW.
Yeah, they look pretty straight.
That's a third for Hoey. He's bowling like a dream. He's bamboozling these North County batsmen. And that score, the 4th wicket's falling for 85.
Waiting for the replay.
Here it is again. Well, it's hit him right in front this time. Hollins up straight away. Hoey down on his knees straight away. And the umpire concurring.
You should be playing that straighter for the umpires. You don't have to play it straight if you hit it. As soon as you do that and the umpire sees it, you're in trouble. But it looks like a straight one. So what's the gap? We've got 3 for 8 off 4.3.
Going along very nicely. Eddie Richardson, the surviving batsman, is on 13 at the moment. And he's been joined by somebody that wasn't on my team sheet. Now, I don't know who he's in for, but up on the screen is S. Rooney.
Left-hander.
Coming in at number 6.
Got away with one.
If you're a leg spinner and you're bowling to a left-hander, do you throw in more wrong-uns than you normally would?
Well, I don't know if Gav bowls a lot of wrong ones, but no, I think you're just as much a chance of bringing it back through the gate. Shot.
Punch down to long off.
Yes, you probably need to ask a qualified leg spinner, but
I just thought you and your extensive cricket knowledge.
oh no, I do, yeah, but I wouldn't say you necessarily bowl more of them. You might slide a few across a bit more, especially if you've got a slip in, and now it looks like they're putting in a second slip. So this may be an indication that yes, he is going to go that way. Let's have a look. And it was the wrong one.
Well, at the end of another over, Hoey 3 for 10. He certainly is proving to be the star with the ball today.
Big day down in Pembroke today.
Yeah, tell us about the lunch today.
Well, it's a reunion. Well, lunch, typically Irish. The lunch starts at 3. It'll probably finish at 3 as well, I would imagine. Being 2023, it is 40 years since the Pembroke first team won the Cup in 1983, obviously. 30 years since the Pembroke first won the Cup in 93. It's also 40 years since our third 11 played our fourth 11 in the Cup final. And then there's another, I can't recall the other one, 2003, there was another Cup team, maybe the fourth 11. So Johnny Bell has decided to do a reunion, and the benefit of these days with social media and stuff, it wasn't too difficult to track everyone down, and I believe there's 60 or 70 people coming down this afternoon, so it'll be good to see everyone.
Good to catch up with quite a few of them as
Well,
well.
there'll be some who literally haven't walked through these gates in 30 years, so there's a few of those coming, which will be interesting. They'll be a bit larger, greyer, but still telling the same stories.
A, the same stories, and B, probably thinking they can still drink like they did 30 years ago.
Quite possibly. I'm sure they'll try.
I'm sure,
No names, of course.
I'm sure that's why the timing for the lunch is later in the day.
So if there's any past members or current members listening, pop down to the brook later.
Well, I knew it must be an important day when Wild Bill turns up in a jacket that isn't made of leather.
Yeah, and it's not fancy dress either. The evergreen Paul Lawson. He must be coming up to his at least 15 seasons, I would imagine, maybe close to 20.
Yep, both
It's up in
Lawsons.
the air, Howie underneath it, and that is out.
Well, Richardson doesn't last long. Rooney it is. Didn't last even less time.
It looks
No.
like that takes us to drinks.
Well, Lawson finally getting some reward. He's into his final over. Just 2 balls remaining. Well, 1 ball remaining, but he has taken that wicket. And the score, 88 for 4. They were 66 for 1, and they're now 88 for 5.
I would imagine Pembroke won the toss and sent them in, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And just while there is a break in play, we'll go over to the Phoenix Park, where we can tell you that Phoenix are 85 for 9, somewhat of a recovery for them. The fall of wickets were 4, 5, 16, 16, 24, 25, 26. So there were 7 for 26, and then 8 for 48, 9 for 84, and we wonder how much further they'll get.
So Pembroke is still top of this league, Craig. Does that mean a win today almost secures them promotion? Or?
It doesn't secure them promotion. Rush, who at the moment are beating second place Phoenix, would then become our main challengers.
Right.
It may be that today eliminates Phoenix from that race, but Rush will now be the challengers.
And the big question, do Pembroke play Rush?
I think they've played them twice already.
Right, okay.
There's only 3 rounds to go, and we're the guts of 2 games ahead. Now,
so a win today and 1 more out of 3
yeah,
should be okay, but at least 2 out of 3 is a certainty.
they'll either win it the night of the dinner or the night of the awards, I suspect. Personally, I'm hoping it's the dinner. The chances of controlling the first 11 for an awards night, if they've just picked up the league, fairly slim.
Just start the awards night a bit earlier, get it all done, and then... So what was your first season at the club, Craig? The 83, 84?
Yep, 83.
That was that season that the Players played the 4th?
83 was the first time we turned out for Pembroke.
Yep.
40 years ago now.
Have you counted your trophies over the years?
Having lost the first 9 cup finals I was in, I kind of didn't. But then I won the next 8.
Right.
And I haven't had a cup final then in 10 years. Since the Kieran Volker inspired 5th 11 reached the final.
Well, 10 years. Shouldn't that be celebrated today?
No, losers.
Oh, you
They lost the final.
Oh.
It was also the first appearance of Noah Smith in an adult game of cricket. He came on as 12th man.
Who scored his first adult century this season.
He did indeed. He's
And
one of
his father is walking around towards us now.
Sean, of course, famously got out for 99.
Is that right? All right.
Well, field a bit tighter in for Lawson's final ball, and he finishes today 1 for 32. Having bowled his 10 overs.
10 straight, was it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Came on in the 4th over, I think, and then just bowled all the way through. This is now the last over before drinks, and unsurprisingly, it will be Gavin Hoey. 3 for 10 at the moment.
Well, they had drinks, Craig.
Oh, they had drinks at the fall of the wicket.
All the wicket.
Hey, Harry, you could sit.
You will. You might have thought you get a day off today.
He had 5 covers to run off today.
Is there cricket due here tomorrow? I
Oh,
would imagine there would be.
there's very rarely a day down here where there's no cricket.
So the wicket won't be covered.
It'll be covered, but it will only be with a tarp. Alan Joseph Matthew has come in now. at number 7.
AJ.
Oh, asking for the screen to be moved again. Noel Walsh will be on that job. Hoey coming around the wicket now to the left-hander.
Oh, our viewership or listenership has increased to 27, I see, Craig. Hello to those extra 3.
Yeah,
Could be the same person with a few different IDs.
Well, sign in on your phone, your laptop, and your TV. There's 3 there. Amanda wonders why our electricity bill's so high. Every laptop in the place tuned in. He's dealing with the camera. As you can see, the change of sight screen position makes things a bit awkward for Niall.
Ah. I see, so the camera had mid-off. Yes.
It does make for some interesting shots. Let's just hope that AJ Matthew plays one out in the offside.
Bit of bounce there from Hoey. Great opportunity here to get a bag full.
He's into the second half of his spell at the moment. I can hardly see Theo taking them off. Well fielded by Dan Murray. It will be a single, but that's all. North County now closing in on 3 figures. Well, it's good to see Alan Eastwood in amongst those wickets up in the park, doing a great job for Rush. He has 2 for 25 up there at the moment.
Somebody tell Gav that's not allowed.
We did try and tell him no. He wasn't having it. Big appeal from Hoey, a double appeal.
A little high, I reckon.
He's certainly testing this umpire.
And they're just leaving the sides.
Well, the end of the over. The important thing is we have about 730 subscribers now. Yeah?
We're up to 29 now.
People flick in and out. You'll probably find a lot of the guys who are coming down to the lunch today might flick in just to see what the weather's like. What do I wear? And now they've seen Bill in a jacket, they will think it's fancy dress.
They haven't seen them yet, they've heard.
So the end of the over.
Change of bowling. Is this a tucker?
It's liable to be Donica Tucker, left arm spin.
Yep.
And while he's setting his field, well, we'll wait for the end of this over and then we'll bring you the cards to date.
Get a slip in there, Donica. I think
Well,
you don't need
starts
a slip if you bowl there.
off very full to start with. Just punched up towards the players sitting on the benches outside the dressing rooms.
Does look a little bit defensive. I mean, 97 for 5. They really should be pushing home the advantage here and trying to get them. I think it's field setting's a bit kind of...
Well, as soon as you
There
say
we
that,
go.
there are a
Moving.
number of changes.
Here we go. They are putting a slip in. They must have heard me.
Are they? Or is he
Oh
coming
no,
over?
he's come across to 45 on the leg side.
Just round into a almost leg gully position. Quite deep.
Richie Beno always said that he had no sympathy for a spin bowler who bowled without a slip.
Yeah. It was the great Trevor Freeman who told me a spin bowler only needs to spin it 2 inches, because that takes it from the middle of the bat to the edge of the bat.
I think Trevor spun it a little bit less than that.
Well, that was probably part of his difficulty. That one going through Hollis for a couple of extras.
They're bonus runs. Don't think he needs to get his...
Then you're up
what
to
have we got here?
31 now.
Oh, there we go. They've all heard.
They want to see Bill in the jacket, I think. Do you ever get the chance to sort of tune in from back home?
I do occasionally. Obviously, the time difference isn't
Well, that's
great from Sydney to Dublin.
everything always available on the channel.
Yeah, so currently in Sydney it's 11 p.m.
Well, quite enough opening over for Tucker. Amanda, standing right next to some microphones over there. The microphones. Well, a lovely sunny day in Sydney Parade today. Going to be nice and warm along the wall where you're out of the wind. Wind coming in from a westerly direction. Did you watch the India game yesterday?
No, I was following it online. I was on a plane for the start of it, and then the second half of it, it rained, didn't it? So I didn't get to see it, but well done to Barry McCarthy. 50 odd, I think not out in the end.
Oh, not out. He hit a 6 off the final ball of the innings to reach that landmark, his second 6.
Were you there?
No, I wasn't. No, I went with the televisual box on that one.
I'm going out there tomorrow.
I think the weather's going to be a bit better than it was yesterday. It was a good toss for India to win yesterday, and they picked up 2 Pembroke wickets in the first over.
Gavin Hoey getting quite a bit of bounce here, which wouldn't have happened in Pembroke 30 years ago. So I'm sure in the bar later there'll be people talking about the Pembroke wickets.
Well, this is one of the new hybrid wickets. It's been stitched with nylon, and it helps with recovery time. You have 2 choices. You can either play twice as much cricket on it, or you can have it recover in half the time.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
And these 2 wickets have proved to be quite a boon to the club. Can't be used for the first class games.
So there's 2 of them, you say?
Pitches 4 and 5. That was an operation undertaken, I think, last year. Absolutely fascinating to watch them. All done by machine, laser guided, GPS and all that sort of malarkey, and sewing that would make, well...
You're trying to think of a famous sewer, aren't you?
No,
I don't know any myself.
Well, that one gets away to the boundary. We haven't seen many of those recently off the bat, and certainly not off Gavin Hoey, but they seem to have taken a bit of a liking to him this over.
That was the quicker one. I'd be more interested in a little bit of pace off, I think, on this wicket.
As you say, with the pace off, he's getting that bounce anyway.
Yep.
However, Gavin does tend to push it through.
That one was tossed up a bit more.
And the end of the over.
Nelson.
They head into the second half of this first innings. North County will be happy enough. Still 5 wickets in hand. 1-1-1 on the board, up against the league leaders. North County sort of mid-table. They're not going to get promoted, but I don't think they're going to get mixed up in the dogfight of Civil Service, Terenure and North Kildare, Cork County.
One team goes down.
I think it could be 2 go. Oh, this is a bit high from Tucker.
That'll be a no ball.
Flies into the air. Well, it is a no ball and only a single off it. Oh, that had a bit of everything. A little bit of excitement there. Now this will be a free hit. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here. Only 1 go up. But of course this year there's going to be so many questions about the Premier League and the Championship. Will Cricket Leinster take the opportunity to restructure slightly?
There was a rumour they were going to bring all the teams back together and make it a 13-14 team competition. Is that correct?
Well, it's the way the Leinster Senior Cup is done now. And it could be that they aim to do that with the leagues as well. You see, there's such a question mark over the participation of YMCA. Of course, they're going for the league title, but whether they're there next year is well, unknown, certainly by me at this stage.
You've also got the issue of Trinity College only effectively playing a third of a season.
Yep. So they might take an opportunity to just restructure everything. Oh, just coming off the leading edge of the bat, squirting out in the offside. Greg Hollins there was, well, he started his appeal for the LBW. Not to be on this occasion.
Get a slip in there.
When you take out the professionals figures, as we do for the awards night, Donica Tucker at the moment is the joint leading wicket taker. Myself and Luke Murray both on 32 wickets at the moment. It's going to be a race to the finish, as most races are, I suppose.
So how many? Yeah, how many of those are senior wickets?
Oh, I don't differentiate. When I say I don't differentiate, Leinster's statistics database, I could go into it and I could filter out all the non-senior games. But what is senior cricket and what isn't these days? Are we watching senior cricket today?
Wasn't listening. Yeah, what was the question?
What counts as senior cricket?
Senior cricket, first team.
Who's first team?
Well, the Pembroke first team, if you're only talking about the awards for Pembroke,
Yeah.
well then it will be the Pembroke first team would count as senior wickets. I think there's a little inside edge in that. Could hear it from here.
Thanks to Hamish and Dougal, our ground mics, doing a great job.
Our comedy replay.
Landing on the stumps. We haven't seen Pooh Sharma with ball in hand as yet.
Hoey to continue. He's dropped along on mid-off a bit deeper out to the edge of the circle.
2 cup finals called off in Park Avenue today. Played away on the leg side, round towards square leg. They'll just take the single. Terenure and Carlo, I think, were in one final. Or maybe Terenure and North County in the other one. Those will be refixed. And keep an eye on the Cricket Leinster website. And of course their social media pages. Good ball from Hoey, going past the edge of the bat. Batsman thinking he should have reverse swept it. Reverse swept it.
The shadow stroke after you've is always better, isn't it?
Well, there was one man who in my time at Pembroke was the absolute classic of that. Ian McElwain. Have a big swipe outside off, bat nowhere near the body, and then he'd play the most delicious cover drive 2 or 3 times afterwards. And of course he's out in the Middle East at the moment.
He was part of one of those reunion winning teams, actually. He was on the WhatsApp group. I don't think he's coming. That was the kind of knuckleball that gave Hoey balls out the front of the hand. Flicks it with his little finger.
Well, that's just taking enough of the bat.
And I think that's the pace he needs to be bowling.
The more he gives it a chance, the more it's trying to help him.
So when's your next trip to Australia, Craig? You doing
24.
Lions Tour,
Lions Tour.
and then a Rugby World Cup, maybe? No?
No, just Lions Tour, I think. Let's do this one at a time. By which stage both of my daughters will be in Sydney.
Very good.
The other one going over on October the 9th, I believe. Don't know if we'll see her back over here for a while. Certainly working out well for her sister. She's bought a place up in the Gold Coast, I think.
Well, I can tell you from experience, it is a kind of place that many people go to and don't come back.
Yes. Well, there is the batting card so far. McGovern hung around for a while until he finally, I think, was the first of... No, he was the second, just steering it into Slip's hands. Simi Singh coming at 3. Well, Eddie Richardson now. North County will be relying on him a lot. And there's the worm so far. Well, there was the worm. In and out. Donica Tucker to continue from the nursery end, and he's bowling to Alan Joseph Matthew.
Michael Moriarty just arrived. Another Pembroke legend.
Oh, just seeing the amount of presidents on the ground at the moment.
Including yourself.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 past presidents. I'm assuming Barry's here.
Don't know. So what would that be? Sean Smith, David O'Riordan, Henry Ty.
Yep.
I've seen. I haven't seen anyone else.
Sean Smith.
I said him, first one.
Oh, sorry, Sean Smith.
Yourself.
Janice Walsh.
Is she here? Okay.
Most of the presidents from the 20... Oh, Billy Gallagher. 21st century.
Got away with one there. Big loopy full toss on leg stump, not put away.
The oldest surviving president is Paul Good. Decisive call of no there. End of the over. 121 for 5. And we head into the last 20 overs. I don't know. Which side do you think's happier at the moment?
Pembroke. Without a doubt, 120 for 5.
There is the bowling so far. And as you can see, star of the show so far is Gavin Hoey, 3 for 31.
I would imagine the plan is for Hoey to bowl his 2 and then Stapleton to return from that end.
This one lifted out into the leg side, but the fielder is out on the fence. It won't reach him on the full. They'll take the single. Yeah. Certainly looks that way at the moment. Hoey almost certain to see out his spell, and I see no reason why he wouldn't. And that will take us to about 15 overs to go, and 10 of those overs can be bowled by the openers. So then he's only looking for another 5 from Donica Tucker. And he also has Pooh Sharma out there as well. I think Dan Murray is unlikely to get a bowl today. And he will in the future, undoubtedly. Had a super tour with the Irish under-15s. They were unbeaten, ironically, cited, I'm sure it's not ironic at all, but Castle Barnard had a cricket festival, previously best known for being the place where Cummins went when he had bad eyesight during COVID and wanted an excuse for driving his family 300 miles away. He went to Castle Barnard.
That's not Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, for anyone who's listening.
No.
It'd be Dominic.
Dominic, the special advisor. It comes off the shoulder. Good bit of bounce again for Hoey. Hoey still causing problems. 9 overs he's bowled, 3 for 33.
3 for 33. Well, that's my time done, Craig.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Didn't solve any of the world's problems, but
We rarely do.
talked a bit of nonsense and watched some fairly slow-moving cricket, I must admit. But yeah, as I said last over, Pembroke probably marginally on top.
And I shall see you later on for the lunch.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Talk to you later. Tucker now continuing from the nursery end, 123 for 5. Many thanks to Kieran Sharp for joining us. Always an absolute pleasure to hear him in the books.
Golf, another president.
The list of royalty in this club going up and up. This one is turned around the corner and it could be fielded by Kieran Sharp, but he's not going to get to it. And it will have to be young Dan Murray who goes and jumps the fence carefully. Just the right height to be able to do that. And the score moves on. This time played away on the offside. Pooh Sharma down on it, and that's a fine bit of fielding by Pooh. Super piece of fielding by Sharma, keeping it down to a single. Well, they've called for a quick one. Hollis doing a good job of just removing one bail, but the batsman was safely home. And as Kieran said, we've entered a sort of quiet stage of this game now. Phoenix continue to mount a recovery, 122 for 9. Certainly not better than it looked earlier on. One played away on the offside. They're just looking to see Hoey off now. So, once again, let's try and go through this list of presidents on the ground. Dave O'Riordan, I can confirm I've seen him. Barry Tucker, not yet. Played away, flashing blade on the offside. Dan Murray will do the fielding. Janice Walsh is here, Sean Smith is here. Billy Gallagher is here. Johnny Bell is here. Hits him flush on the pad. Well, Gavin Hoey is exasperated. How many times, he says? I've hit him 3 times. What do I have to do? He's almost getting close to a level 1 here. Back to the presidents.
What he has to do is bowl over the wicket all the time and have a straight camera.
Yeah. Yes. Michael Byers isn't here. Michael Moriarty. Noel Goff. I think, well, be surprised if he wasn't president. Played away on the leg side. Michael Moriarty certainly was. As have been Michael and Mary Sharp. Cyril Irwin. That's a long and distinguished list. So I can't confirm that Noel Goff has been president, and until I do, I won't count him. But there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 presidents here. It's a fair collection. Well, now Zach Micklewright
Oh, he's coming on the far.
is coming on at the far end.
Ah, I meant this end.
Oh, sorry, this end. How many overs you got left?
He's bowled 5 overs, 5 to go for him, 5 for Stapleton. And that would see Pembroke very close to closing out this innings. 34 overs gone now. The score 1-1, 1-3-1 for 5. We could have actually moved the sight screen ourselves in this time now.
Yeah. Taking longer.
Oh well. Micklewright starts with 1 down the leg side, adds 1 to the total. Every run will be a positive boon to North County. They are in a position now to start an assault. 5 wickets in hand. Question being, how much do they trust their tail? There's batsman number 4 and number 7 who are in at the moment. And they've done a super job of putting a partnership together here. 46, that partnership's gone to now. Comes in at some pace, this time driven away on the offside. It beats the fielder-ish. Another single. As we said, a quiet stage of the game. North County not quite willing to take on the bowling yet. 5 wickets in hand. Played away on the offside. It's been a good partnership for these two. Last wicket fell at 88.
Side screen is desperately trying to blow away while it's out as well.
Well, I see there's 2 big lumps of plastic out there to stop them. Well, the throw doesn't hit the stumps. They complete another single. Left-hand, right-hand combination. It means a lot of moving around. This one played off his hip. Dermot Tucker doing the fielding out there. Always likes to be out on the boundary, preferably down at the Wheelfield Road gate.
Another member of the ground staff happy to run out into the minefield.
Well, it's nowhere like the minefield it used to be. He left that one, the final ball of the over. 35 overs gone now. Score has moved on to 136 for 5.
As long as he doesn't decide to bowl around, that's good.
And Zach has now bowled 6 overs. And it looks like the return of Nick Stapleton. Nick, who has season's best figures of 8 for 8. And in fact is the top wicket taker in the club. He's taken 43 wickets at an average of 9.16. He has best bowling of 8 for 8. And he's taken 2 5-wicket hauls. He's bowled before today in 17 matches and bowled 111 overs. 10% of those, just over 10%, maidens. Very impressive 43 wicket haul. I'm sure he'd love to get that to the 50 before the season's end, and I wouldn't like to bet against him either. This will be his 6th over, and it appears that the Pembroke captain has decided to go with pretty much all-out attack. Both of his strike bowlers back in action, and he starts off. They look for 2, they're going to get 2. It's a fine throw back in from Tucker, but not in time. They get home for 2. Maybe this is the sign of an impending assault. This one, oh, fine bit of fielding. Paul Lawson with an outstretched hand. Super save that. No more runs for that shot. It's been slow but steady progress from North County. They haven't been really let get away from. They haven't had any really big overs. The tightness of the bowling has been such. But they've stuck at their task. They're getting close to scoring. 4 and over. On the back foot, no power in the shot as a result, but it's just played away on the leg side for another single. Sunshine remains with us. You can see shadows on the ground. You'd almost think it was summertime. Storm Betty having rushed through the country.
Nick.
Our camera angle changing ever so slightly again. Stapleton going round the wicket to the left-hander. Angled in. There'll be no single taken there, which is good news. Oh, it's only with that little burst of cheering in the field and encouragement that you realise just how quiet it's gone. You can hear Hamish and Dougal picking up sound from somewhere. We know it's not railway. Short one. It's played off with the shoulder of the bat down to third. Oh. blown your head off then, you know that. Well, that's the end of the over. 140 for 5 now. $14 overs remaining in this first innings. As Mick Wright will bowl his 7th from the nursery end, and we'll just have a look at the bowling just from the point of view of who has what left. Aren't you a little underdressed for lunch? Punched out on the leg side. They're certainly going to take 2 here. Just being a little more forceful about taking their runs now, North County. They know they've reached the stage of the innings whereby they've got to really push on if they're going to set a challenging total for Pembroke in the second innings. Reminder to the 28 devices out there. I wonder if this would work. Hey Alexa, subscribe to this channel, please. Would that work? 27 devices. If you are out there and you haven't subscribed to our channel, we'd be very grateful if you did. Niall has done absolute sterling work with our broadcasts. Where else would you get this 2-camera instant replay commentary deal free of charge? So even just a like and a subscribe would be greatly appreciated. Thank Mick, all right. Very economical today. He's had a busy day. He had that spectacular attempt at a catch earlier on. Just bounced off the palm of his hands. That was one of 2 that Paul Lawson saw put down. Batsman changing bat. He's asked for Wonder Boy to be brought out to him. Could you pass me my slogging bat, please? It's too furry, it tickles my nose. Now, having put a wind proofer on the microphone connected to these headphones, asking that I bring the mic closer. Still pretty breezy down here today. I certainly would bring maybe a wind cheater or maybe a gillet. Short ball, it's in the air, it's hit back and it's just clearing him, and they're going for the run out and then now going, oh, it's all happening there. Good ball from Zach. It got played back over his head. He couldn't scramble back for it, but then he also attempted the run out, and it all ends up in the history of cricket in 100 years' time. People will look back and say, what was that dot ball? $146 for 5 now after 37. I just can't make out those numbers there. If you could change those to yellow. 6 coming off that over, and it's Stapleton now to return from the St John's end. And now he's going back over the wicket to the right-hander. And you can tell whether it's the right-hander or the left-hander facing purely by the camera angle. Tucks up the batsman with the first ball. Not too short, just enough to reach the midriff. Both of these batsmen now doing exceptional work. They've certainly gone well past the half-century partnership, and it was just what North County needed. They've now put on 58, these two. Came together in the 25th over. They're doing a fine job for their side now. Just sucking a little bit out of the Pembroke momentum. And that's a fine take by Hollis. He went down the leg side, and Hollis with a fine dive. No, I was just levelling them. This one just played nicely out on the leg side. Just goes to show what a difference it is bowling with a ball that's 37 overs old compared to the brand new shiny red leather that came out in the first inning, at the start of the innings. Stapleton doing a fine bit of fielding off his own bowling. That's well angled down to third. They'll just take the single. .149 for 5 now. Right hander back on strike. You'll see our angle change immediately. Here it goes. As if by magic, we're back in line again. Well, that one's going to fly away to the boundary, and that'll bring up 150 for North County. One stage they'd have been wondering if they were going to get that far, but they have, and they do. Is there a new comment up there as well? As we mentioned earlier on the broadcast when Kieran was with us, we do have a reunion lunch today great and the good. Coming down to Pembroke to relive past glories. And the Dunlop, one of many congregating just outside the bar watching this innings. Another well-taken single. Every one of these is going to matter. Richardson is getting closer and closer to his own personal half-century. And his scoring rate starting to pick up now as well. I think if we had a look at the worm at the end of the over, you'd see a slight uptake in the runs being scored, as North County now looking towards the end of this innings. Right, staying over the wicket to the left-handed. Big swipe, goes through to the keeper. Well, that shows as much about the intent of the North County batsman as anything I say. North County at the moment, well, they'll be looking at 220 and above. This one's hit up in the air, it clears the fielder and runs away. It should reach the boundary, and it does. 4 more runs. Well, he got away with that one slightly. Just got it over the fielder, and then it ran down the hill towards the Willfield Road gate, where Pete Twomley has just come through. Short ball, again over the fielder's outstretched hands, and again it finds its way to the boundary. As I said, the batsman's actions showing you far more than I can about their desire to start accelerating now. 165 for 5. There's the replay, and you can see the fielder just about interested. 1 step, 2 step, and not going to reach it. Goes chasing after it, but can't pull that one up. 38 overs gone, 165 for 5. And a change of bowling at the St John's end, and we see the introduction of Pooh Sharma. And he is certainly somebody who has a happy knack of taking wickets. Pembroke will be hoping that today is one of those days. Saw him in action in the field earlier on. Super stop. Very little has actually gone past him today. These two North County bats came together. 88 on the board. Partnership of 77, exactly what they were looking for at this stage. And now as we come towards the end of the innings, Pembroke have turned to, perhaps he's the new closer, Pooh Sharma. Well, they're going to look for 2. Are they going to take on the arm? They're not. They've seen it in action before, and that's why straight to the keeper's gloves. Pembroke took the first wicket at 33 and the second wicket at 66. Third wicket fell at 71 and then 85 and 88. And nothing since then. 78 these two have put on. This one slips down the leg side. It's going to be 5 wides, and that's just what North County are looking for. And it's just the sort of thing that Pembroke aren't. Another one down the leg side. This one called a wide. Craig Hollis doing a fine job of keeping that. Fourth out in Balbriggan today. Wonder how they're getting on. Both batsmen on 43 now. Between them they faced 19 overs. 10 by Richardson. Alan Joseph Matthew. 9 overs faced, and now into his 10th. Again, single taken. Two balls remaining in the over. Relatively quiet day now. A couple of people, Pete Twomley and somebody else down at Conn's Nook. This one played around the corner. Zach with a super throw. My goodness, we wouldn't know what to do with a throw that good on the fifths. Fired into the keeper's gloves. Roe Millin on the ground. It looks like Steve McCarthy's got a new baseball cap for the occasion. Simon Heaney making his way down to the bar. And Pete Prendergast, who thinks that summer's returned. Shorts and a t-shirt today. Sharma completes his first over. 8 runs go on to the score. 173 for 5. And that target for North County of 220, 230. Still on. These two well set now, both on 44. A few of the ladies turning up now. Claire Shillington, I see. And Mary Waldron. And Shauna Kavanagh. Sorry, say again? You see the last comment? See the last comment? Fiacre Tucker now on at the nursery end. A bit more leg spin for North County to deal with. And let's be honest, it's the leg spin of Gavin Hoey with 3 wickets so far. She's in the bar. That's the answer to that question. I didn't like to say that though, so I said you were around. Oh. Unbelievable, really. Unbelievable, really. Joey Mooney and Connor from North County making very short work of the fallen tree. Still quite a slow game. You'd have thought at this stage there'd have been a bit of urgency and maybe a few big blows from the North County batsmen. But they're both easing into their half centuries. Are they going to wait until they get to that? Well, Fiacre gets through his first over, just 2 runs from it. That doesn't really look like an acceleration from North County. 75 for 5. And just 10 overs remain in this first innings in this championship game. Pembroke 9 from 10 so far this season. And second versus third is happening in the Phoenix Park. And I can tell you, it's a very special game over there. Phoenix are all out for 122, and Rush are now 18 for 4 in reply. 18 for 4. It's in Phoenix. I can only imagine that Storm Betty did some tremendous damage out there, and it is very hard to bat on. I did say, and Noel backed me up earlier on, you don't know what par is until the end of the game. And at the moment, 122. Well, they need another 105 with 6 wickets in hand. They need a partnership similar to the one that North County are putting together here at Sydney Parade. As Pooh Sharma into his second over. Well, that takes a fine edge off the bat and just rolls down towards third. Just be a single. It's pushed away on the offside. They're going to look for 2 this time. They'll probably get it because the ball hasn't reached the fielder yet. And that's good backing up Theo Lawson. Nice, aren't they? A bit moreish, those biscuits. It's been a windy day. Nice shot off the pads. It will just roll out to Gavin Hoey on the boundary. This is the thing about Sharma, he will create chances. But they're taking a few runs. Just a run a ball at the moment from him. Tipped away on the leg side. They're thinking of two. They are trying to accelerate. They're just not being allowed to at the moment. Bowling tight enough. End of the over. 180 for 5. After 41. 181 for 5. Oh, that ruins that, doesn't it? Figure Trucker to bowl. Second over from the nursery end. First over just going for those 2 runs. And Richardson now on the brink of a half century. Well, he's crossed with himself there. A couple of yards to that fielder's left and there would have been an easy single. And then he could have raised his bat to his colleagues on the sideline. This time it's punched down the ground. There is a fielder there, but they won't stop him taking the single. And that's a half century from 70 balls. A super knock for his side, and my goodness, they've needed it today. He turns down the offer of congratulations, and the clapping is minimal. And the acknowledgement of that clapping also minimal. But that's not to underestimate what this half century has done for his team. These two now also are on the brink as Alan Joseph Matthew also looking for his half century. He's gone big and he's got it, and that moves him to 50. And not only that, these two have also put on 98 and they are just 2 runs short of a century. Well, that is the century partnership. And one going for 6. 188 for 5. They came together with the score on 88 for 5. They've put on exactly 100 runs, and Alan Joseph Matthews takes the lead. He's on 52, and Eddie Richardson with exactly 50. They've both got there in reasonable time, and they both are looking to push on with the scoring rate now. Fia Krataka, well, he won't be too happy at the 6 being hit, but it also won't faze him either. Each delivery, an absolute blank sheet. This one going past the bat on the outside. Yep. Well, it's certainly been the over for landmarks. Both players reaching half centuries. And the partnership registering a century. Trying to force it away on the leg side. And that's the end of Fia Krataka's second over. A little more expensive than his first, but still. Hmm? And there's the celebration of Matthew's half century after that lovely 6. Now Pusharma to continue. This will be his 3rd over as we enter last 8 overs. 48 balls to go. Run a ball gets them to 220, 230. They'll be looking for more than that, one would have thought. It's guessed the total time. 240. 250. Well, you can see that now North County, now they've both reached those half centuries, they really are going to put down the accelerator and see how they go. Managed to get through the nervous 40s. As North County close in on 200, and they're starting to get to the stage whereby they're setting a good total for Pembroke to have to chase down. A lot of runs were scored in Pembroke back in June, but since then, with all the rain, he's gone big this time. And that does bring up the 200 for North County. Glorious 6 from Eddie Richardson. Powered that down the ground. And that brings up 200 for North County and brings Richardson to 60. Well, the accelerator has been pressed. Afternoon, Mr. Onosek. How are you?
Very well.
Good. You look well.
Thank you.
You look tanned.
A little bird told me that Bill was wearing a jacket, so I thought I'd better put a shirt on.
Yeah, I'm going home to get changed.
Yes,
It was broadcast.
it was broadcasted.
I don't know if we got a picture of it.
No. No.
12 off this over so far. Sharma still has 2 balls to get through. Big swipe from Matthew, goes down to 3rd. It will just be a single. People starting to arrive for the lunch now. Walking along the wall. Well, that's just pushed into the leg side by Richardson. He'll retain the strike for the next over. Pooh Sharma finishes that over. Expensive one for him and for Pembroke. 203 for 5. What a glorious shot that 6 was. Straight over. Long off and disappearing over the side. We'll see how the game is going in 2nd versus 3rd. While Russia also staging a bit of a recovery, they're now 36 for 4 in pursuit of 1, 2, 3 for victory up in the Phoenix Park. 2nd versus 3rd there. Will you stop giving him growth hormones? Well, he doesn't take after his dad anyway. Big blow down the ground, lands safely. They come through for the single. But they're definitely looking for runs now, these two. They realise there's still 5 wickets in the hutch. No. So it's going to change. I'm just in a t-shirt at the moment. A shirt. It's at home. Yeah, but I'm not showering. $206 for 5 now. Reverse. Nobody's down there. That's going to reach the boundary. Super shot. Matthew bringing out the tricks now. He's past his half century and now he reaches 60. 210 for 5, and suddenly Noel Walsh's guess of 250 looks like a good one. $248. Just to mess Noel's. Noel's never getting one right. Played away on the offside. Dermot Tucker is out there. He'll bring that one back in. So we reach the end of the over, 2-1-2 for 5. And this innings is, well, it's just plodding along really. They are starting to chase some runs now. But they're doing so with a certain amount of caution. I just add to it, I'll clear it later. Just making sure this isn't just an outline of dust now. To the bar. You wouldn't just dispose of Niall's cup there, would you? This is 36 balls remaining. 2-1-2 on the board. Runner ball takes us 248. £9 at the moment, thank you. Good crowd in now for this game and for the lunch. Good contingent up at the bar. A few sitting along the wall. I see Ireland number 3 and wicketkeeper Lorcan Tucker has come down for a bit of the action today. If you are in the area, what better way to spend a Saturday afternoon in August? Especially if it was this or go to IKEA. Stapleton back on now for his final 3 overs. He'll see us through to the end, 45, 47 and 49. Unusual to see. Unusual to see Stapleton with nothing in the wickets column. Unusual there, wide from Stapleton. Almost trying to bolt too quickly. Quite enough over so far. And 4 from 4 balls. That will make 5-6. Bit of frustration showing on the Pembroke players now. They haven't taken a wicket for quite a while. 128 these two have put on. And they're both in the 60s now. This is what the North County total has been based on. First 5 wickets falling for just 88 runs. These two have really battled through the tough times and are now looking to power. That one just took a bobble as the fielder came in for it.
The over?
That's the over. Seven runs coming from that particular over, including that overthrow. 219 for 5. Meanwhile, second versus third in the Phoenix Park. 48 for 4, chasing 1, 2, 3 for victory. That's Russia, 48 for 4. Phoenix were all out for 122. Must have been tough batting conditions up in the park today. Big blow, and it clears the fielder on the rope and goes all the way for 6. And these two batsmen are going nip and tuck as they race up through the 60s into the 70s. And North County really starting to put together an impressive total. Matthews decided he's had enough. And he's going to take on Viakrataka. He's already hit him for 1-6. Stuart McCreevy just walking into the ground. This one's played away on the offside in the air, but it safely reaches dear mid-tucker. Dermid, I apologise for all the mispronunciations of your name. It's the one that seems to stick with me. And I do apologise profusely, and one day you can teach me how to say it properly. Just played up to long on. Dan Murray will do the fielding there. Dan's a lot easier to pronounce. And now we'll see Matthew on again against Tucker. And you just get the feeling Matthew's looking for the clubhouse again here. Oh, in fact, he ramps it over the keeper. It will run round for a single. Makes the 30-yard circle just. There's a wasp. A wasp, just by the microphone. Thought if I breathed in, I was going to swallow. I know an old man who swallowed a wasp. Theo Lawson does the fielding. Just a single comes from that ball. And after 4 overs, Tucker 0 for 29, and the score has moved up to 229 for 5. Just 4 overs remaining. 10 overs coming from that. 10 runs coming from that over. 4 overs remaining. And these two still together. Stapleton with 2 overs remaining. And Eddie Richardson facing. Well, that's well bowled. Death bowling there from Stapleton. Stapleton coming in from the St John's end. I see Luke, Andy and Ashley Balburney on a lap. Enjoying their day off. Well, at least Andy's enjoying his day off. Back out in Malahide tomorrow for another game with the Indians. $230 for 5. Ramped away for a single. Driven away, down to long off. It'll just be a single. Tucker the fielder. Again, another good over from Stapleton. Just singles coming so far. 2 balls to go. Lovely day it's been. It has been breezy, but in some ways I think everyone's thankful it has been breezy because it's dried up Pembroke. Slashed away down to third. Just a single again. Score slowly creeping up again without fanfare. Attempted cutter, hard for Hollis to take. They get through for the bye. And that's the end of the over. 5 runs added to the score. 234 for 5. He tried to ramp it. It ran away. The fielder there. Big dive and an outstretched hand, but couldn't get to it. Great effort though. Great to see such urgency in the field with an innings that really has just sort of edged along. There's a first aid kit down here, by the way, that belongs in there. Big effort there. These last 3 overs now. Oh.
2.
3.
2.
Oh, 48 gone. There's a big blow. It's going to land in front of the fielder. Just a single. You can see how the mentality of the batsman has changed now. They are looking for those big shots. Another big one. This one's straight down the ground. I don't think that's going to be cut off. 4 more. 240 up. Nice shot just down the ground. No fielder behind the bowler. Powered away on the offside. Another single taken. 7 off the over so far. Still 2 balls to go. Matthew's open stance like he's looking for the clubhouse. Instead, he goes to the offside where it bounces in front of Dan Murray. He'll keep it to another single, and that'll bring Richardson on strike for the final ball of the over. Well, the field has to change again. This left-hand, right-hand combination has worked very well. Dan Murray comes around for the fielding. The slight misfield lets him get through for two. And then he hits the stumps with a direct hit. Shame he didn't pick it up straight away. 244. Now Stapleton to bowl his final over, and the final over of the innings. Pembroke are going to be looking at a run rate somewhere around 5 and over for the second innings. Afternoon, Andy. How's the sleep going?
It's going okay.
Good.
So one of them won't come outside.
Well, the enthusiasm with which the fall of the wicket is greeted will tell you something about this innings. But there you go. Matthew has to depart. He goes for 77. And the partnership comes to an end with the score on 244. 156 partnership between Richardson and Matthew. And here is the dismissal. Just clipped through to the keeper. Hollis takes it. And Stapleton gets his name into the wicket column and extends his lead at the top of the wicket takers for Pembroke this season. One thing I did notice is, if you go to top run aggregates, Pembroke have 2 players in the top 4. Bouchan, who played 5ths, 4ths and 3rds, and Ethan Clark, who played 4ths, 3rds, 2nds. So they're both up there, chasing the Moulton Cup for the most runs scored in the season. The Moulton Cup, of course, is the batting equivalent of the Spud for the bowlers.
The batsman was out there, but like.
So Stapleton to continue his final over. 5 balls remaining in the innings. First one is swiped at, goes out to the fielder. They'll just take the 1 run as Sean Sludds, the captain, comes in at number 8.
Needs to learn how to do the Steve Finn ball without kicking the stumps.
This one in the air and down the offside. I think there's a fielder out there. There is indeed. He picks it up and stops them taking the second, just about. And then they think about it, doing it on the overthrow, but Greg Hollis puts an end to that messing. 246 with 2 balls remaining. And everybody's in contention. Might be 3 balls remaining. Randa went 253, I went 248, and Noel went for 250. It's lifted out into the leg side, but Gavin Hovey's the fielder. He'll make sure that that's only a single.
Well, you guys only changed your guesses after hearing deciding your guesses long after mine. Suddenly mine looks like a good guess again.
Yours is an excellent guess, and the best thing is, I think you're going to get it. I think they're going to get 3 from the last 2. Amanda needs 6. I need 1. and it flies off down towards the Willfield Road end, and it makes the boundary. And that brings up 251 for North County. And with one more ball to go, Pembroke know they are going to be chasing over 5 and over in this second innings. You know I'm going to the lunch, don't you? Quick bottle of wine, I'll come back and do the end of the go. Another big blow down the ground. 2 fielders are there. They pick it up. They pick up 2. And Amanda Dunlop, 253. 253 for 6 off their 50 overs. And the highlight of which was Eddie Richardson with his 85 not out. And North County will be delighted to have got as close as they did. As the players go off, we'll take you through the cards. The players go off for their break now. They'll be back in half an hour. And there is the story of the first innings, North County. And no doubt that the stars of that innings were Eddie Richardson with 85 not out and Alan Joseph Matthew with 77 before he was caught behind at the very end, chasing big runs. 25 extras in 50 overs from Pembroke, probably more than they wanted to concede. And there we have it, 3 for 34 for Gavin Hoey in that first innings. And you can see 5 wickets fell with 88 on the board. And then the next one, well, that was a long way off. 156 runs later, the 6th wicket fell. And then from there, they added another 9 right at the end. This is how the innings progressed. You can see big partnerships are a big help, and that definitely took an uptick towards the end. Good performance by North County, and they'll be happy with that. And that's the score as it stands. Niall will now take you through the highlights package whilst I go and put a shirt on.
He's up there.
fine.
Steve, you got to do the... Oh, he's not square enough, he needs to be down. Thanks, Alan.
Probably go a bit square, yeah?
Yeah.
Hold on, I don't think he needs to be square.
He's still a bend out there. Oh, yeah, a bit on.
Just saying, yeah, you can leave that there.
Yeah, good idea, okay.
Come on, Gaffer! Go with it!
Here we go, County, here we go. Number one. Luke, you have to bend there. Come on, nice, Luke. Luke.
Two more!
Blown over.
Come on. Flashing away there, Gav.
Give us one here, boys. Hey, give us one here, boys.
When you're going to it,
Keeper. Very good, all good. Loose one out. Keep it up there, lads. County. Here we go.
Keep on it, Gav. Keep focused.
Come on, Edward. Go, Tander. Not gonna go. Yeah, keep us in. Excellent. Excellent, Tander. Good shoe. 30 for 3, 30 for 3. Good work here, County. Good work here, boys. Come on. Down. Hey. No single there. Good work. Good on the boundary. Great Maiden. Eddie. Right two. Come on, boy. Don't get it. That's excellent. Now you're forward here, County. Bring this down here, boys. We always look close here, boys. Let's go. Take this next chance for him, boys. Take this next chance for him here, boys.
Go, Gaffy.
Wait, wait.
Yes, Andy. Keep blocking them up, lads.
Lovely quiet overs here, boys.
Keep doing that, Abby.
Very nice here, man.
Come on, Ben. Come on, Gaffer. Come on. Give us another thought, Abby. Come on, lad.
Take him off, man. Take him off there, Ab. Very good here, thank you. Right, okay, boys, come on.
The team is so good.
Wait.
Yeah, Abby. Come on, Edward. Come on, Ed. Good gaff. Through, well, square right, mate. No, in. Come on, Edward.
Good save. He's going to come there, Eddie. Come on there, boys, come on. Not good, Sander. Where's going to go, Ed? Where's going to go?
Come on, Jim.
Cover off that one. Come on, Jim. Come on. Excellent, Eddie.
Jim.
Excellent, Chewy. Hit Lukey, hit Lukey. Good hold. Yeah.
Lads, come on.
Okay.
Come on, Ed, Zach.
Alan. In, please. Ed, you want to put Ed, Sean, in? Thanks, Sean. Come on, Chewy.
Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Come on, Casey. Let's go. Let's have another one. Come on, Ed. you. Good choo-choo. Ireland's Rooney. Get one behind the stumps here, boys. Down and up! Let it go. No. Reel in. Excellent reel. Let's go. 6 more big ones. Come on. Keep going. Very good, lad. We're right on track then, boys. Oh, Abby. Excellent, Abby. Very good. Very good. Keep going, Gaffer. Keep doing what you're doing. Very nice, Gaffer. Keep doing what you're right, Gav. One ball shot, boys.
Oh, you okay? My paddle.
Three more hands. Anthony's good. Bowling perfect.
Super, Abby.
Keep going, Gav. Three more
Power play.
balls,
One
Abby.
more in this power play. Ed, you just come with a striker, please. Don't need a bit on. Al, you come over to extra, please. I'll leave it. 2 left. Leave it. Yeah.
Abby. Up. Keep going, buddy. Yes, there.
Very good, Jimmy. Very nice, Abby. Very nice. Here we go.
Finish it off, Abby. Another dot, lad. What's after you? Oh, Steve. Keep going, Ab. Another dot here, boy.
Great spell, Abby. Great spell. Let's go, Al.
That's the pace. That is you. Keep the chin, keep it!
Yeah. Square, please.
Guys, go around. Yeah, go around.
Abdullah, just in the ring. Just watch that, fix in the ring.
Run here, lads. 35 for 4. Come on.
Run, Jake.
Yeah, come on, Tim. That's it. Come on, lad.
Here we go, County, here we go. Keep the pressure on here, boys. Hold on very well. Keep the pressure on, boys.
I can bring my
the Chief.
50 to 5, lads, come on. 50 to 5.
Okay, Jay.
Come on, Sim, here it is.
Let's keep going here, lads. Keep going here. Come on, Joey. Come on, Matty. Chief.
Afternoon, folks. Joining us this afternoon with Pembroke chasing a decent enough total of 253 and have to say struggling a little bit. Quick single there for Fiacre. Let's hope these two put on a partnership for Pembroke's sake and for the sake of the match. Hope we can get a decent match and a decent finish. Full credit to the North County bowlers who have kept it very tight and 3 wickets down. It's good running. You'd think that's what they need to do now, turn over the strike. get those singles in, build a partnership. This will be the second week in a row where they've struggled a little bit, Pembroke, having a bit of a wobble towards the end of the season. It's always a way when you've only got one win to go until you've pretty much secured promotion, as is the case for Pembroke this season, hoping to get straight back into the Premier League. Had their first loss last week. They'll be hoping to avoid that this week. With Thea and Fiacra in, they hope to build this partnership and knock off these runs. Misfield there, we'll see them get 2. After the opening bowlers each bowled fairly long spells of 5 overs each. The spinners now doing a decent job, however, probably going for a little bit more than the openers did. Chance for a run out. It was close. Oh, inside edge there. That was fairly fortunate for the batsman. Good bowling from the off spinner there. Perhaps the chance the keeper has missed there. Very tight bowling here from Simi Singh, Ireland international. Saw him playing for Leinster Lightning the other day. And Theo Lawson blocks out the over, going along at a pedestrian pace there with 14 runs off 33 balls. But after a loss of a few quick wickets, that's probably the right thing to do, you would say. And probably looking to build his innings there. We can see the bowling card for Pembroke there. Maybe some of the Pembroke bowlers wouldn't be too keen on seeing that after perhaps letting North County off after having them 5 down for not many, and then letting them get away towards the end of the innings. You can see the bowling card there for North County, Simi Singh being a bit more expensive than the other bowlers. Pembroke well behind the pace here on the worm chart, as one would expect with the scoreboard reflecting 3 for not that many. 3 for 62 after 18 overs. We have a bowling change here for North County. S. Sluds coming on for his first over. There's quite a crowd in here at Pembroke today, with a lunch going on celebrating a few of the historic cup wins from many years ago. So a lot of old members coming through the doors. A lot of people on the wall, including a few internationals. Seen the likes of Lorcan, Andy and Barry over there, as well as Mary and Claire, some now ex-internationals. And slide starts with a dot ball. Big appeal there. It looked to be well down leg. Few grey clouds about. We had a sprinkle earlier, but did not last long. There's a wide as this rather pedestrian-looking pace bowler continues his first over.
I've seen you bowl.
Yes, it's coming from the man who won the slowest bowler in Pembroke award a few seasons ago. Division 16 is a different beast to the championship. Dear Lawson, very watchful today in what rumour has it could be his last season. There's rumours of retirement on the horizon, although I'm sure most at Pembroke would be hoping he stays around for a bit longer. Peeled out for a stumping, but batsman seemed to be well in his ground. Bit of yes, no there with the running, but perhaps wisely turning down the single. Rather economical over there, apart from the two extras. No runs from it. Perhaps Theo having a look at the bowler before getting stuck into him a bit later. So it'll be Fia Krataka on strike to Simi Singh for the 20th over. Dot ball to start for the wily Irish international. Hasn't had a look in for too many Ireland games recently, but he's still there and thereabouts. Certainly featuring for Leinster Lightning. It's a single there to mid-on. dot ball there for the third ball of the over, as the run rate required creeps up to 6.2. And you would think the batters will perhaps look to accelerate a little bit over the coming overs. You wouldn't want that run rate creeping up much higher than the current rate of 6.2. Just the 2 runs from the over. Let's see if Simi Singh can get out of it with the last ball. Be at least 2 there. Nope, just a single. So just the 3 runs from the over. And if they keep going at this rate, they'll be struggling in the last 10. So I'd say they'd want to up the over, up the run rate in the next 10 or so. Keep it down. 4 or 5s is what they'd probably ideally be looking at. Bearing in mind that the opening bowlers of North County have both bowled out a fair few overs, so there's going to be some second and third change bowlers coming on now, so it could be the time to accelerate through the middle overs. So it's Sludds again for his second over. Not express pace, but seems to be fairly accurate. And he went for 1 run in his first over. It's a lovely shot, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. The wind's picking up a little bit here. Another dot ball. Fiacre very watchful, following the lead of his batting partner, taking his time. After the loss of 3 fairly quick wickets, it's probably not a bad idea. Oh, dropped. He's hit that pretty much straight to mid-on there. Fairly regulation chance, which was put down. You would expect that to be taken. So perhaps a life there for Fiacre. As we see the bowler with his hands on his head. I think we'd all put our hands on our heads and put in the same position. It's stroked out to the offside, but just a single as the sweeper comes round to cut that off. And another economical over with just the 1 run from it. I think North County will be very, very disappointed with that dropped catch. 4 down at this stage would have put them in a very strong position. And I'm sure Pembroke will be hoping that Fiacre can really take advantage of that chance, as the run rate is pushed up to 6.4 per over required. Still a long way to go. But with Simi Singh bowling through these middle overs, very experienced campaigner. He's actually come off. They're bringing on T. Hassan. Looks like another spinner. And that's the end of Fiacre. That was hit straight to the man there at mid-on. And the Pembroke slide continues. 4 down now. And they look to be in trouble here. The change of bowlers seems to have worked for North County. With the first ball of the over from Hassan, resulting in a wicket. So the drop from the previous over hasn't proved costly for North County as Fiacre departs the very next over. And it's Gavin Hoey to come in, batting up the order. He made a few runs for Leinster the other day, so he's in a bit of form. Pembroke will need the runs, but T. Hassan has done very well there to get a wicket from his first ball.
You'll see how lucky I was.
Probably not where he intended that shot to go. Looked like he was aiming around the mid-wicket area, but at the leading edge and straight to the man at mid-on. A leg spinner bowls a bit of a long hop, must be said, which is struck away to square leg for a single. So Gavin Harry gets a single off his first ball to move off the dreaded duck, and it's Dale Lawson on strike. Plays that away into the offside for a single. And again played away into the offside for another single. 4 for 71. With 21.4 overs to go on. Leg spinner T. Hassan with the wicket off his first delivery of the over. And he's gone for 3 singles since then. A good-looking sweep shot there from Theo. Made it all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. And completes the first over from the leg spinner. 7 runs. but crucially the 1 wicket there with Fiacre holding out off the first ball. So 4 for 75 from 22 overs. As we see the replay of the sweep shot ending with the one-handed flourish as the ball made its way all the way to the boundary. So it'll be Gavin Hurry on strike to the medium pace bowler S. Sludds, who's been very economical so far with only 2 runs of his first 2 overs. We'll be hoping to continue that as the run rate remains at around 6.4. The run rate required, that is, not the current run rate. Dot ball to start with, continuing on his trend from the first 2 wickets, being very accurate. As Gavin pushes that into the offside for 2 runs. Found the gap nicely there. On the money again is Sludds, who seems to be one of those nagging, accurate medium pacers. It's hard to get away.
This weather is bonkers.
The sun is shining and the wind is blowing down at Sydney Parade. Sludds bowls another accurate delivery which is misfielded there at mid-off, allowing Gavin Hurry to get the single, which puts Theo Lawson on strike. As we hear a cackle from the ladies on the wall. We have a few of the Pembroke women's first team over there on the wall, enjoying some drinks in the sun, as well as some Island internationals. So come down and enjoy a drink in the sun on the wall yourselves if you're nearby. There's a while to go in this game, and I'm sure Pembroke will be hoping that it'll go right down to the wire. North County, on the other hand, will be hoping it ends early. Another probing delivery from the medium pacer, outside off stump. Swing and a miss from Theo Lawson. That one played to backwards point or squarish gully for no run. And that concludes the 3rd over for Sludds, who's been very economical, 5 runs from his 3 overs. As another gust of wind blows through us. Of course, it's not nearly as bad as the gust of wind we had last night with the storm, which I think had a name, Betty. Storm Betty. I'm sure you've all of our listeners here in Dublin have seen the trees down around their various neighbourhoods after the storm last night. The covers were devastated last night by the storm, and there was a tree down in the Pembroke car park as well, which was sawn up this morning by an able team of volunteers. It'll be the leg spinner Hassan to continue. Played away into a gap there in the offside, but still only be one. As the fielder at deep point came around to cut that one off. So it'll be Theo Lawson on strike. Big appeal there from the bowlers and the wicketkeeper. I'm not sure what it struck, maybe his forearm, but not out, said the umpire. We'll hopefully get a replay of that, and yeah, we think it might have been outside the line. A bit of a rank long hop there, not put away. And if we see the replay from the first ball of the over, yeah, it did hit the forearm / shoulder. I think probably a bit high there and possibly outside the line as well. There's a full toss, or at least a very full ball there. Swept away to deep square leg for another single. So Gavin, 6 off 7, so not playing in the same restrained manner as the two batsmen who preceded him. Another fairly short delivery there. Again, just tapped away into the offside. No run. That's a lovely delivery there from the leg spinner. Resulted in nothing more than a dot ball. And the end of the 24th over, we're at 4 for 80 for Pembroke. Chasing 254.
One over to drinks.
We'll be having drinks soon. So I'm sure the players will be looking forward to. A chance for Pembroke to regroup. I think the way North County are going, they probably might even prefer pushing on at the moment, because they're on a roll here with having Pembroke pinned down at 4 for 80. The required run rate's crept up to 6.69, so close enough to 6.7 and over. And Sluds continues on with his very accurate, nagging deliveries. Tend to be pitched on a good length, just outside off. He's been very accurate and economical. That one a bit straighter, but just tapped into the offside, onside there, and fielded by the mid wicket there. No run. Again, on the money from Sluds. Defended by Theo Lawson. Another dot ball. Defended again. Straight back to the bowler. So the run rate keeps pushing up to 6.87, so close enough to 7 runs and over. And pretty much halfway through the innings. They'll need a very, very good partnership or two from here on in. And the bowling continues to be accurate and effective from North County. Slud's very economical. It's played into the offside and has beaten the fielder there at cover, and has gone out to the sweeper and just a single. So another over with just the 1 run from it. And so we have 4 for 81 for Pembroke after 25 overs, so at the halfway mark. And the players will be heading off for drinks, with the run rate required up to 6.92 for Pembroke at the halfway mark. And Gavin Hoey and Thea Lawson at the crease. They'll be resuming after a short interlude. And we'll be looking to build a partnership to make a game of this. At the moment, North County well on top.
Great save, boys.
Cafe!
Miley, come in, please. Mid-wicket. Yeah, perfect.
Come on, Dolly.
Okay, Johnny. My bad.
Come on, Abby.
Down the corner, County.
Come on, buddy.
Joining the alley, doing a good job.
Come on, Abby.
Two more here, lads, two more. Well on. Sorry, Alex. No, we don't have to say nothing. No, you go, please. Any minutes you want to come into it, get with it. Okay, please. Right, man, a chance to stop it. Straight over, Gaff. Really good from you, buddy. That was beautiful. You'll be playing in table games, don't you worry.
Slow, come on. Ben. Right, Ben, come on.
Yeah, Shawty, time up here, bud. Keep going, bro.
Lovely.
Look at this right, go up, lads. Really good here, lads. Good skip, keep going for us, lad, come on! Having for the boot here, come on!
Brilliant, Abby. That's great line and length, Ab. Come on, boys.
That's what we like to see. Sophie, that's good for us. Good for us, lads. Good for us. Brilliant, Ben. Good, Ben. Yes, Shrew. Shrew. Crossing, please. Crossing. Cross through. Finish on the. Yeah, sweeper. Go round. No, Niall. Go third man, please. Go third. Yeah. Oh, Timmy, that's good, lad. Yeah. You go. You in, stay. Yeah, go around. Sean, Niall. Go, 45, please. You guys go around. Go, Sean, load. You going, Shotty? Sean. Go on, G. Boy. On the cheek. Alex, I want you finishing on the ring, man. That deal is 10 times the ring. Finish on the ring. That's the difference between. Catch it! Nice and easy. Yeah! Jump back in there and all. Under 45. JD, Yeah, perfect. Sure. Very good here, boys. Very good. Good G. Excellent, Rooney. Very good, very good. Well on. Come on, G. One more here for us. One more. Come on, Simon. Come on, boy. Okay.
Get stuck in here. Stick to the job. Mandy out. You're late, buddy. Same field, yeah. Let's get around. Let's be ready. Keep on this, lad. Come on now, boy. Come on, Kev. Come on, lad. Get it. Lads, sit down. Lads, Timmy. Come on, lad. Come on, Tim. Keep going, G. Sim. Keep going, Simmy. Get one here. Let's get one here. We're 20 all over. Come.
Bobby. Oh, wait, yes, boy. Come on, Joey. Come on, Joey. Yes, very good, very good. Just underarm it in. I'm meant to play. Come on, AJ! Come on, AJ! Put it in the pocket, Woody. Put it in the pocket. Well for us. Come on, Jake. Everyone move. Right on ground. Move. Move.
But do you want to play the team anyway? There's like, there's not the team.
Yeah. They're unfair. They're always unfair. That's always risky. Always the team. They always win.
Hey, isn't that fair? Us three versus them. Maybe. Please, man.
Keep it, Ben. Get down, Al. Great energy, Ben. Great energy, Al. Great energy, Al. Super all day, buddy.
Go, Alan.
Get easy. Back it up, Al. Come on, Sim.
Timmy. Eddie, just look for that. Take these start now. No. Yeah.
Keep her, Niley!
One around the wicket. That ball of it. See you later. Hey, it's out on the ball, Eli. Eli, out on the ball. See you later, mate. See you later, champion. Eli. Where's Luke? Share us that way, mate. Share us that way, mate. Where's Luke? Where's that way, mate? To the right. To the left. I'm opening the batting, by the way.
You know, right, give it back. I'll take it. You did. I was opening. Excellent man. That's done.
Ben, you've got enough already. Finish it off here. Save. Yes, yes. Come on, lads. Get it in. We're not falling again. You hit them stumps unless the spinners do. Come on, this in. Ready? Yeah, good. Luke. Good done. Come on, Simmy. Bring up. Oh no. Yeah, yeah. Johnny. Good wicket. Brilliant, Gaffer. Shrew. Yeah, go on. Come on, Alan. Jimmy, well bowled. Well bowled, Jim. Great ball. Yeah, take that one, buddy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, how come Luke's allowed to follow?
Luke, you run to the back. No.
You hopping over the wall? No.
Joey.